it's a chatbot, individual separate chatbot?
Yeah, so it will be embedded into the website. Right now, you don't have to really worry about the front end part of it, meaning
questions from the website, and it should be able to answer whatever is in the website, like that.
So imagine, you're developing a API system which is able to receive a question and is able to give relevant answer. Then we can figure out, there are 100 different ways to wrap it into a front end usage.
Okay.
All right. So, okay. So let's do that experiment, and you can let us know what is the outcome that you are seeing. How much time do you think you need in order to give some initial sense?
Maybe 4 or 5 days, because I will first have to see like relevant things about integrating fares into with Mistral and all, because I have no idea if that is even compatible with that. Because even cosine similarities, I got to know after 2 3 days research on the cosine similarities and the model which I was using can be integrated together. So just 2 days I will just figure out how to do it.
No problem. So I'm assuming, sometime by, let's say, middle part of next week, you would have some finding. Okay. Because right now, what Anisha ji demonstrated today is using the dialog flow, but we are finding the dialog flow to be relatively expensive. It would cost us close to about ₹1 per query.
So initially it will be free for a few months.
That is correct.
Even I was trying with this Gemini Nano model, I came across various things where I could use dialog flow. I mean, starting initially they were providing for free, but later it will be paid.
Yeah. So, but if we really want to use the dialog flow in the right way for our purpose, right? We just now did a rough calculation. It is almost like one rupee per query. Okay. Which is not going to be effective for us. That is where we will definitely have to figure out how to either use a LLM or SLM or a combination, which is running these things by ourselves. So as a first step, you please let's check the capability through Mistral. Then if it doesn't work, then we will see whether we need to shift to a larger model such as maybe Olama or DeepSeek. Yeah.
It was Olama also.
Correct. Because see, which is okay. See, what we can do as far as Olama is concerned is, if let's say if this is the approach that we need to take, then there is more than one purpose for which we need LLM, right? So we have a lot of LLM based decision making that needs to happen within our ecosystem, not just for answering the website queries, but also for our education content or for our question answer resolution. There are many situations. So it will still be cost effective when you distribute the cost across all these different purposes. Anyway, let's begin with the Mistral and this phase coupling. Well, let's see whether we receive a good answer, and then we'll take the next step. Okay. You have any other questions, Kushiji, at this point of time? Double G and anybody else? Okay. All right. Wonderful. So looks like no one else also has any question. Yeah. So hopefully we can see you here next Saturday, but you won't be able to meet Anisha ji. I think she'll be leaving. So yeah. Okay. All right. All the best. Take care, Kushiji. Yeah. Yeah. Bye. Bye. Okay, so this is the current status of the experiment that Anisha and Kushi are doing. So the goal is to find out what is the right model for us. Uh, Definitely looks like a usage of OpenAI as is may not be the right solution. Whether we want to use OpenAI kind of a API system and connect it to a let's say a maybe a vector database, that's one possible solution, a RAG kind of an approach. Then the other solution could be setting up these SLMs, just like this Mistral 7B, and again connecting them to some vector. These may require smaller setups. Then the last option is also to run our own LLM, maybe DeepSeek or any other LLM. So we need to do some more experiments quickly. That's where now we know we'll be spending most of the energy of Anisha and Kushi. Okay. Yeah. Any other inputs or any other thoughts on this? See, whether it is a website or the question answer clarification for the student or content generation, like that, there are many situations where we need the LLM capability, generative and reasoning capability. So that's where we need to figure out. Yeah. So does it make sense for Anisha to continue the dialogue flow, or we can pause at this point of time? Because the cost already seems like inhibitive. It'll start costing more, right? Looks like the basic itself is almost 1 rupee. Thank you, Ji. The others will be even more then. Thank you very much. Gayatri Ji. Anisha Ji has brought 50-50. Must catch us. Chai biscuit. So my feeling is we'll pause the dialogue flow experiment and we'll shift to, because I also need Anisha to focus on the automation. So I'll have Karni Singh who will be joining us maybe from tomorrow. So he has done a prototype. I had given him a hands-on challenge. I had shown you all the hands-on challenge. No? No? Okay. Wait.
Then summarize what is Kushi said in 3-4 lines in a simple way. And meantime, one more thing, Vijayji, while you are doing all that,
Yeah.
can you invite me to our GitHub?
To?
Our GitHub, I had an invitation, but it expired.
Okay, sure. Just 1 minute. Okay, so let's you want to quickly summarize what according to you Kushi said?
You are the better person. I did not
Okay.
get the full.
All right. So you know the experiment that we've been doing with Kushi, right? And so basically 2 experiments were conducted. So the experiment that Anisha ji did is to connect to our website and answer through chatbot using dialog flow. Same experiment Kushi did using a custom LLM. So I found one custom LLM called, so LLM, see, LLM is large language model. They have billions of parameters. And there are also what are called as SLMs, small language models. They're relatively smaller and they can be trained for smaller generation capabilities because they are trained on smaller parameters. Yeah. So I found one SLM called as Gemini Nano. I didn't do much research, but looks like the Gemini Nano is meant for embedding in front-end apps. So if you have a front-end app, it can be embedded. So which means that it can be embedded as part of your mobile app. That's what it is meant for. So she was asked to figure out whether we can host it on a backend environment. So her right now conclusion is it is not possible because it seems to require some kind of a front end app running, a Android app continuously running. So now, therefore, her ask is she'll be using something called as a Mistral 7 billion parameter model. There are many SLMs. So she's going to be using one such Mistral, and she'll be looking at whether we can answer our website questions based on that, which means that we will be running our own SLM. Whether it's reliable enough or not is an experiment that has to be done.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So that's that. So now, therefore, I was just going to tell what can be the next priority for our Anisha ji. But prior to that, I wanted to keep all of you informed about what's happening with another person called Karni Singh. He has been recommended by our Prasad ji. So he has been trained by Prasad ji in Python and Java. And I had given him this challenge, this hands-on challenge. I hope all of you can see this. So it's a Nest.js and Postgres assignment. So Nest.js is the language that we're using in our backend for developing our APIs. Node.js is the framework on which Nest.js is what is called as a strongly typed language, the TypeScript language. Think of it like TypeScript can be used both for front end, which is where we're using it for React, also for backend. So Nest.js is a TypeScript language framework for backend development, and it runs on Node.js environment.
Yeah.
And this is what our Shravanji has developed right now, Nest.js. Okay. So I wanted him to figure out whether for a simple, order, simple order situation, customer order situation, he had to develop ER diagram, he had to develop the APIs, he had to develop the test scenarios, he had to deploy it in Google Cloud. And these were the deliverables, this is the evaluation criteria. Okay, so this is what he has done as of now. I mean, I have not yet seen completely. He yesterday shared with me a link. It's called Swagger. See, the backend when you're developing, you can easily test them through a simple Swagger API UI. Okay, so for example, this one, it lists all the APIs that he has developed, and you can actually run them here only if you want. So in a way, it acts like a simple Postman or a simple UI, right? Right now, he has a Postgres database. He has developed a Postgres database. He is running them on GCP, or I'm assuming. I'm yet to review all of it. So today night, I'll be reviewing that. So what I was going to say is, so let's say from next week, Karni Singh may also join us. So he'll start working primarily with our Shravanji. So he'll be developing the APIs. He'll also be doing the automation. See, when we think of our APIs, right? Are our no, that's okay. You can spread this way. Spread this way. When we think of our system, there are many aspects of our system that we need to validate. So if you think of simply the API side, broadly speaking, there are two kinds of tests or validation that we need to do in any system. One, what we can be called as a functional, another one, what can be called as a non-functional. Okay. And when we think of any system, you can imagine some kind of a black box. So now, for our simplified thinking purpose, student mate is a black box, right? As a user, what do I want? I want to be able to experience how the student experiences the student mate. But as system developers, we know that there's a UI, there's a backend, And if you go a little further in the backend, you can see a API, you can see database. So like that, you can create multiple black boxes. So validation essentially is to happen at various black box levels. As developers, you will have a what is generally called as a white box view. What is white box view? You know each and every aspect inside the box. So for example, if you look at front end, there are so many screens, there are so many CSS, there are so many JavaScript functions, and they are distributed in a certain way. So how do I want to test this? Knowing fully well the structure of my application is what a typical white box viewpoint based validation is. It's generally also called as unit testing. During development, the developers will do unit testing. Whoever is developing that piece of functionality. So as an example, if let's say Dhavalji, Ashwini is doing some student-made front-end development, they will ideally have to do the unit testing. But when we have to release this product into usage, right? Generally, it is better to do an independent, what we generally call as a validation or a QC, quality control. And that is done in many different ways. Some can be done manually. Okay, I'll click, and I'll verify, and then, okay, I'm going to give a thumbs up. But better approaches is to do automation because ours is a fairly distributed, many moving pieces are there. There is GPT, there is a teachmate backend, there is a teachmate database, there is a front end, so on and so forth, right? So if you just think about it, there are at least some 12, 13 different components are there. It is impossible for us to keep on doing the manual testing. So the approach we want to take is that of an automation approach. So amongst ourselves only, we will only be doing what we call as these black box based validation approaches. So Karni Singh, along with Shravanji, will be responsible for developing some of the features as well as acting as a black box verification, right? Same case with Anisha ji and all of us here. So you guys will be doing both white box as well as some black box tests. So what I was thinking is, I want Anisha ji has to pick up on two things. One is data analytics. See, now, so far we have focused on teachmate and student-mate experience, which is what, how do I teach and how do I consume that teaching content? But there's a lot of measurement that we need to do. As a student completed a course, and is it the right speed with which he is completing the course? What should be the relevant speed for this student? Simple example. Like that, if you really start thinking about it, through the journey, right? Now the teacher is generating content. Is it a good quality content? What should be the changes in that content? So like that, there are 100 different things that we need to measure. How do you measure? We have to measure based on data. And that is data analytics. So that's an area where Anisha ji will be also doing a lot of work. And of course, I want to get others also involved in it, but let her begin with first, right? So two things that I had in mind is for Anisha ji. One is she'll start doing some on the GCP, some initial analytics setup, how we want to gather data and how we want to start creating some of these metrics is one aspect. Plus another aspect that I wanted us to, Anisha, to focus on is some kind of a validation. Now, the validation that I wanted her to focus on initially was that of the backend API test automation. Yeah. Meanwhile, once when Carnegie also comes, maybe we will spend some time. But for next week, I wanted to focus on analytics, is what I was thinking. So let me pause here. Any thoughts?
Intuition. So it's like whatever you are saying, we'll because can't think of at least me, I can't think of what else is there in this ocean.
Dhavalji, or you have any opinion? It's okay.
Upama, Rajita, same page.
Anupama ji, Rajita ji, you have any other opinion?
Not at all, Vijay ji. No, Vijay.
Okay, all right. Anisha, you are also okay? So we'll begin with some analytics setup. So we'll have to figure out what exactly we need, just like how we have figured out now. Teachmate, we have clarity. Student-mate, we have some clarity. Like that, we need to get some clarity on the analytics. We need to get clarity on the LLM. These two are still some unknowns. On the analytics, I'm not so concerned because it is relatively known thing. It's just a matter of figuring out the right kind of tools here. But on the LLM, we need to crack that sooner than later. Within the next 1 or 2 weeks, we need to gain some clarity. So therefore, I'm in two minds. So I just wanted all of your opinion. One thing is, we can do one more experiment, which is like how Kushi is now figuring out on one LLM. So maybe we can have Anisha also look at one another SLM LLM connection. Maybe
my thought here is that, Vijay, what we saw in jot forms.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, be it an LLM or an SLM, it will boil down to accuracy. And the accuracy is a function of training. And what jot forms did really well is create a UI to be able to train the underlying model intuitively without a lot of technical know-how. So if we create a UI which can, or API interface and corresponding UI, which can interface with a given SLM or a LLM and train it along those lines, then it's a matter of replacing the SLM and trying out whether it works for that or not. Replacing it with another LLM and trying out whether it works for that or not. But what will be the harder and larger portion of work is the actual training setup and inputs. If user asks such a question, then out of all these answers, this is a wrong answer. Never give out this answer. Those are the guardrails that probably no LLM will know out of the box. And even if we train it a little bit, then also it will not know that out of the box. So, probably those reinforcement and learning cycle setup is what will, make it successful. So I think, if we can think along those lines, then it will be.
No, excellent suggestion. But before we get into setting up the UI, through any of these two experiments that Kushi or Anisha is doing, if you can pick up, okay, so Mistral 7B seems to be working well. Or let me take a step back. There are two possible ways in which we can approach. One is, let's say, okay, like you rightly said, we'll build some kind of a simplified a training UI.
Correct.
And we figure out how to keep connecting different LLMs or SLMs, and we do several experiments to figure out which one is working well. That is one approach. The other approach that I was taking now is to experiment with specific LLMs or SLMs to figure out which one is giving right answers. So, yeah, I think this is also a good approach. What we can do is, maybe we can have Anisha set up this initial, let's say, the framework, some kind of a framework with which, we can plug in and plug out different SLMs or LLMs and see how to capture the results and
and this for now does not even need to be a UI. It needs to be like a Google Doc that we were discussing even for TeachMeet. That initial version is just a Google Doc, one page for guardrails, one page for possible questions and answers, like what Jotforms is doing. One section for giving it to that LLM. keep on refining that. And once that looks like it is working, then, we can convert it into a service and a UI aspect of it. So,
Then if that is the case,
Hmm.
let Anisha also get some hands-on
Hmm.
with setting up some kind of a local setup,
Correct.
right? I think she has to gain some hands-on capabilities with it, like how Kushi is doing now.
Hmm.
So shall we go down that path? Maybe for the next, let's say, week or whatever, let's say 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Let's have Anisha focus on some kind of
Setup of
LLM, SLM.
yeah. Yes.
Yeah, because we have all these different priorities. Once when Carnegie comes, Carnegie and Shravan can dedicatedly focus on API, functional automation and all that.
Correct.
And by that time, in another couple of weeks, your UI side also will stabilize.
Mhm.
Then we can shift our attention either through Anisha
Correct.
or somebody else to bring a UI
Yeah,
automation.
and meantime, she can explore how JotForms works. You can just set up a free account, and like what Vivekji was demoing the other day, try out what are the things that it does in order to train the LLM properly. Because the problem we are facing is not that of LLM itself, rather than what is the right strategy to train the LLM so that it is accurate. Probably after that portion is figured out, it is a matter of either slapping an LLM under the hood or, doing things like that.
Yeah. So we need that test bed.
Yes.
We need a test bed. Okay. So then Anisha ji, here is the way you can think about it. And you can also frame that document after you understand what I'm saying. So like how Kushi is now experimenting with Mistral 7B, right? Which model do we take up? Or do you explore and then pick up? I'm just thinking out loud. Should we jump to experimenting with LLM? So she should get some hands-on experience in setting up something. What should she set up? I'm just thinking out loud.
I think Llama or something is
Olama,
yeah,
right?
because all those are like open source already, and
yeah. But Olama no is a LLM, and again I have not done it, but many say that it also requires maybe a GPU.
Okay.
It may not necessarily run on a, but there are quantized versions. Okay, yeah. So why don't you figure out, Anisha ji, a Olama to run on your local machine? Okay. Olama is an LLM, and to run on your local machine, no, you get what are called as quantized versions. What are quantized versions are nothing but, very crudely thinking, they require huge resources to run LLMs. But you kind of shrink them. Okay, so certain aspects are not necessary. So you shrink them. Their model weights are shrunk. So they become relatively smaller to run on local environments. The downside is that they may not give as accurate answer as if, let's say, they were full-fledged. But it is good enough, right? Especially to do a lot of experiments so that you can set it up locally and then see how it goes, right? So figure out how to set up a Olama and how to do the same Wizkid.guru using that local setup. Whatever the chatbot you did, right? Now you got some experience and you know the quality of the answer that is coming. So using your local Olama, can you come up with similar quality answers? Right? This can be your first step. Yeah. Is that? Yeah. And let Kushi also do her experiment. Same Wizkid.guru is a knowledge base for you. So whatever the experiment that you demonstrated today using your dialog flow, the ideal thing is, I don't know, you have to tell me after you figure out. Let's say next Saturday in our demo session, you will be demonstrating, okay, this is using my Olama, local Olama, and here is the answer. And you'll be showing, okay, see, this is the dialog flow answer, this is the Olama answer. Yeah, so you'll start seeing that. Yeah, that's the ask. Clear? Yeah. Wonderful. So I think
But this time using the
a local, our own, it's an LLM. Olam is an LLM, but you get what are called as quantized versions, which can run on your local machine.
We may end up using any LLM or SLM for that, but I mean, the thought process that we need to ingrain is that this continuous feedback, continuous learning, continuous fine tuning is the process we need to set up so that it will be eventually day one, it will be 80% accurate, but more we do this process, it will be like 90%, 92%.
So that was the highlight of John Farm.
Yes.
So if you look up what is quantized version of Olama, what happens is, see all these models, no, they are huge. Huge in what sense? When they're running, they need a lot of resources. They need GPU. So a typical, if you look up, for example, here, a typical see here, can you see on the screen the hardware requirement for setting up? So what I prompted is, it tell me if I have to set up Gemini Pro, what kind of a setup I need. Okay. So if you see here, to set up, I need a GPU if it is local, and look at the specification of it, right? And look at the RAM specification. So this environment, if let's say we have to set up this environment, right? Any guess how much it may cost us on a monthly basis to operate this environment? You can actually find out. Go to GCP calculator. GCP calculator. And you can actually share your screen. That way others also can see what you're doing. I will stop sharing. Yeah. You can share your screen. Yeah. Yeah, go there. Yeah. So if you see there, let's say you need it's saying, TPU v4 recommended, right? I don't know what kind of GPU setups are there in Google Calculator. Go there, please. This is what you're seeing here is GPU calculator. You can actually pick up different kinds of resources on the cloud, and you can find out what is the cost of it. Okay, so this is called a GCP calculator. Like this in AWS or in Azure, you'll find calculators. So when you're estimating, you can use this. See, our infrastructure requirement are the way we need to make choices is, it's a choice of, we need a certain functionality, we need a certain performance, but it needs to operate within a certain economic constraint. So for example, today it is very simple for us to come up with a solution. Okay, let's use for everything, no? Let's use OpenAI. Is one very simple answer, right? But the cost can be inhibitive. Or Dialogflow, it is doing so well. Okay, let's just use that. What is that? 1 rupee per query. Okay. But that will not scale well in terms of business. So therefore, the choice has to be made based on a combination of functionality, performance, cost, security, ease of usage. So like that, some 5 or 6 broad parameters have to be used to arrive at a solution. That's why there's a lot of experimentation. Okay. So now what you are going to do here is, you can figure out, you can add to estimate. If you see there on the right hand side, and you can pick instead of USD, you can pick INR. Close this. There on the right side, you see USD, cost details, there you pick INR. Indian rupees. Yeah, okay. Now you add to estimate. Now you say search GPU in the search by product name. Yeah. Cloud GPU. Okay. Go there. Okay, you need to, so for example, NVIDIA L4 is available here, right? And what did this say? NVIDIA A100. See whether NVIDIA A100 is available. Yeah, let's go with 40 GB, right? For now. Yeah, it says 64 GB. So go with 80 GB. Recommended is that, right? Okay. All right. So many of these parameters we have to learn exactly what they mean because everything changes the cost, right? But let's say for the time being, we'll just let it be whatever the default ones. Come down, please. So what it is saying, total GPU usage time, 730 hours. This is typically as if 730 hours per month means what? In general, when you do a calculation like that, if something is running for 730 hours, means how many hours per day it is running? Are you able to understand my question? If 730 hours per month, this is the cost. Okay, one machine for 730 hours. If something is running for 730 hours per day, for how many hours? Roughly 24 hours. So what is the assumption is generally 24/7. Okay, so our environment is going to run 24/7. Maybe to begin with, it is not necessary, but as we go further, because we'll have distributed usage, right? So for the time being itself, you can think, okay, we need 24/7 usage. So if this is the case, on the right hand side, can you see how much is per month? Just this machine alone. Just this machine alone is 3,22,000. Now, this machine alone is not enough for us. You need to build a few other layers on top of it. You need, okay, so how do you send the traffic? So anybody and everybody should not be able to use it. So you need some kind of a firewall setup. You need some database setup because you may want to capture these queries. You may want to capture the answers. So roughly, you're looking at nothing less than a 5 lakh rupees of cost on infra alone. Okay. But
That too monthly.
that too monthly. But it's okay. And there's nothing wrong about it, But let's say if this 5 lakh infrastructure can scale for all our, say, 10,000 Gurukuls, then, it may be worth it. So this is where, we need to be able to do experiments and figure out what's the right balance. Initially, this becomes too cost inhibitive, right? Yeah.
So can we start with minimum and as our Gurukulas start growing, then we can also
Grow. That is the very idea why we are examining all these SLMs. Yeah. And can we do with the quantized versions? If a quantized version can run on a laptop, it can very well I can run in a 20,000-30,000 rupees CPU machine on cloud, right? So like that.
There are separate laptops with the GPUs.
Yeah. This one, go up, please. This is a GPU. This is a GPU machine. It's available in the cloud.
It's available in the cloud. What if we buy? It will be very costly.
No, we'll have to, first of all, this kind of a setup is not very easy to purchase, right? So now NVIDIA has started coming up with, they have these small GPU machines. They're claiming it is 25,000. That's the next experiment that we need to do.
Jensen is that
one? That one, right? That Jensen, I have not yet been able to find out the exact model, but it is supposedly for 25,000 rupees. I don't know what the... No, this is NVIDIA. This one is NVIDIA only. Yeah. So whether we can run with it. So like that, we need to do step-by-step experiments. Yeah. Okay. So you're clear about the experiment? No. Yeah, just go to ChatGPT. So say Olama quantized version. Go open in another tab, ChatGPT. Do you have ChatGPT account? Okay, so ask, what is Olama quantized version or quantized model? And you see, quantization reduces the size of the model, making it easier to run on edge devices or local machines with limited resources, right? So, see, when we think of any models, right, any LLMs or any SLMs, there are two important elements we need to worry about: the training and the inference. When we use it at runtime, it is called inference. So, what are the cost of inference? For example, if I want that full-fledged model to be set up, the Gemini model, it showed as a cost of, say, some 5 lakh rupees, right, per month. That is still not the full cost of inference. I don't know yet, because what all the other elements that need to be connected to it, maybe a RAG we need and all that. But let's say roughly 5 lakh rupees per month. That's the inference cost. Inference cost means what? At runtime, I keep asking question and it has to infer. Then there is also a training cost. If let's say I have to tune that model, or if I have to train that model, I need some other infrastructure. So that's a training cost. So for us to set up our environment, we need to optimize the training and inference cost. Yeah. So quantized models have smaller size. So at runtime, they can be generally set up on laptops, good laptops, maybe in about 16 GB of RAM, no, with a 8-core machine. Usually, we had done some experiment, but I want us to do it now again. So it can be set up, and they're good for. But what's the trade-off? Slow, go away, please.
Slightly reduce model accuracy.
Yeah, depending upon what kind of precision reduction that you do, right? So like that, this is, yeah. So think of it like nothing but a LLM is physically big, a SLM is physically small, right? Quantization allows a LLM to be shrunk into like as if like a SLM, like a SLM. It is not a SLM in pure technical sense, like a small SLM. Yeah.
So which means it takes minimum of all laptop resources.
It can be run on a laptop kind of an environment.
So Olama is not a LLM by itself.
Olama is a LLM by itself.
Ola-
LLM is a LLM by itself. Yeah.
No, because he said popular Olama quantized models are Llama 2, Mistral, Gemma, and all that.
Huh.
Popular Olama models.
So GPT is a kind of large language model. Olama is a kind of large language model. Gemini is, think of them as belonging, they're all for language generation. They all have slightly different training approaches and how their neural network is set up.
Type of
One family of LLM. Yeah. Yeah. Gemini is a different family of LLM. Yeah.
just because they are using different kind of parameters or training models or something.
One is not only parameters, but how they are inferring. See, as a simple example, one of the model is you feed from one end, it generates, then you feed back and see whether it's correct or not, right? And keep not necessarily RAG approach within the LLM itself, right? So like that, some models are built like that. Some models take at both the sides. So like that, there are different techniques of how they are built, ground up itself. There are different philosophies, right? So each one is a family. Yeah. And each one is meant for certain specialized things.
So So now she will directly work on Ola, not Mistral or Gemma or Llama 2.
Yeah, so the focus will be on the Llama 2, or yeah, this is by open sourced by our this Facebook Llama. Llama, that I don't know. What is the latest version? But anyway, once when she gets into it, she'll know.
So this whole thing is for our chatbot.
This whole thing is
Almost
to begin with, I'm looking to solve our website problem. If you solve our website problem, we will gain enough of hands-on. Then I really want to apply it to our content generation, our Q&A,
yeah.
because that is a larger problem we need to solve.
Yes. Website program meaning the chatbot.
Yes. You look at Llama 2. Llama and what is the latest of Llama? Yeah. Just type different LLM types, different LLM. No, just type different LLM types. So see here, Gayatri ji and others, based on the model architecture, transformer-based models, GPT, generative pre-trained transformer, BERT, bidirectional encoder representation from transformer. This is the Gemini, right? So T5, Mixtral. So there are different ways of creating. There's no single type of LLM. Yeah.
Perplexity, that way is another LLM.
Perplexity, I don't know where it falls. Yeah.
Just,
but these are the, so as you can see here.
Based on architecture.
So the above what you are seeing, these are all based on architecture. You can classify them based on architecture broadly. Come down, please. These are, based on the functionality. So different ways of classifying them. No, I can. Yeah.
So RAG LLMs.
Yeah.
Oh, perplexity is coming there.
Yeah.
RAG LLMs, binge, conversational AI models, ChatGPT, okay, multimodal LLMs. Podium comes here, no?
Yeah. Different ways of looking at it. Yeah. See, cloud-based, open source, monetized, fine-tuned. Yeah. Our solution may lie in these three. And fine-tuning. We may have to also go for some fine-tuning. So we'll see as we go further. Okay. All right. So shall we switch the topics? Yeah. Okay. So one is now we are clear about Anisha ji's. So this is what we have been doing, no? Anyway, our weekly goals. Okay, so first let's review our this week's goal. Thank you. Yeah. Where should she?
Wait, Anisha.
In another half an hour, Darshanji will join.
Yeah.
And he'll walk us through the goals. Meanwhile, we can have a quick review of the goals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So in our last session, we had put these as the goals for today's demo.
So yeah, the TeachMate UI is working with mock data right now.
Yeah.
In which we can create, edit and delete lesson and lesson content, and it is persisted locally. It is not so working as if it is working with APIs. It is using a store for emulating those. And I will do the API portion very shortly. So A and B is having 25% of work remaining.
Left.
Yeah. But the functionality wise, app is functional.
Is there anything to demo, Ji?
Yeah, we can show whatever is there.
Okay. Shall we do that first?
Yeah.
I'll stop sharing.
Sure. Also, Rajita ji or Anupama ji, can you share that doc given by Darshan ji for lesson creation? I want to.
Yes, Dhavalji, I will share.
I want to modify something based on that doc.
I have shared the link in the chat.
Chat.
Dhavalji. Yesterday,
For
Dhaval-
go ahead.
Dhavalji, yesterday Darshanji was asking in the meeting whether he will have a UI for the like persuasive style, narrative style, for different styles of UI that the teachers have to select using UI, or they have to give it as a prompt. He was asking about that.
Yeah. I think based on what is there right now, it will be based on a prompt. UI will also be there. That field, because that allows UI to categorize that information while saving. So,
So the drop down box will be there now, Dhavalji, on the UI to select different styles.
Yeah, so we will have selection for the content style, which is narrative, descriptive, expositive,
Ah,
interpretive,
yes,
and
yes, that's what we said.
gamified.
Huh.
And the experience type, I think content type, what he wants us to have is work, right? Visual, auditory,
Huh.
um,
Reading and.
reading and kinesthetics. Okay, so, and what is this portion? Is this applicable in our UI at all?
नहीं.
Bloom's taxonomy.
Okay. And this is again applicable, the content style, narrative, descriptive.
This is what he was asking for
Yesterday.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is style only he was asking.
Okay. Yeah, so I will show what is there and I'll quickly add those two as well.
So, Anupama, was he asking that style for content generation or whether, that thing should be put on the UI?
He asked how are we going to generate that content. I said just by prompting that style of when we prompt we will get that prompt. Then he asked can't we use that in UI so that the automatic prompting can happen and the content can be simply generated by query when we choose that in UI, that style in UI.
But what's now currently, if the teacher selects persuasive style, so that prompt should go to the OpenAI, the content. So it will be, that is how now our GPTs are fixed. So the teacher will say, give me a narrative style for this. So how will we give a real-time narrative style? So then our GPT should be.
No, see, right now the current model is GPTs are disconnected from the UI. That is what we chose. That is why we went into all that long discussion with him, right? For this iteration, there is no UI based integration.
Done.
Right? That's all.
And how do we address this latest?
Whatever can be done in the GPT by adding parameters or whatever.
In the UI, he's asking for a drop-down menu. I want a persuasive style, narrative style, or this style, that style of content. Now, our GPTs are not giving that specific styles. We are not giving. We are not giving. He's saying, what is a persuasive style? We are not giving that style.
So what you can do is the GPT's page, which will have collection of all the GPTs. Will have a persuasive GPT. So they have to choose for this iteration.
Or you can specify to the GPT, generate this content in persuasive style.
So Anupama, for each style, we should have a GPT.
That is one way. Another way is like how Dhavalji said. When they send the prompt in, they have to say, generate the content in a persuasive style.
Or the GPT can ask them, which style do you want this content in?
Yeah, Anupama, I think that is better. That 4 styles or 5 styles, what he told in the document, we can add that to the GPT.
As the prompting questions.
Prompting the questions. Is it narrative style or what are those 4, 5, 6 styles? What are those styles?
This one?
The
content style.
Narrative, descriptive style, and expository style, persuasive style, gamified style. Okay, this we have to add to our explanation GPT, I think.
Yes.
But we have added this 8 document page there. No, he didn't. I don't know if it's already incorporated. So
yes, it is providing when we mention the prompt. Provide for example, explain speed for 6th grader in a persuasive style. If we say it is generating content, but that is what in the prompting question, starters. GPT starters, there we can add, mention, specify which style you want to generate the content, so that any teacher they may get an idea. I can add this particular style here only in prompt, right?
Based on the front end, what is the drop down menu options, etc. We will create those questions in the GPT for them. Yeah. Now like for example, the styles only.
Okay, so that we updated. Now, so I'll demo once this.
So just so that all of us are on the same page, for this iteration, GPTs are not connected to our UI at all. The content generation, any question related to content generation is outside the purview of the app. They have to independently go to the GPT that you are going to give, you and Pamaji
So
and all.
whatever he's asking, we have to add in the GPTs only. Okay.
Yeah, whatever modification. Yeah, yeah. They have nothing to do with the app.
Gee, why are you adding this in the teachment?
Because we still want to categorize this content in the database.
Okay.
So that while showing it, if we want to show a different kind of experience, let's say backgrounds are different and things like that, then it will be there.
And maybe in the next iteration, we'll figure out how to integrate our own LLM.
Yeah.
Then, we may do away with the custom GPTs. We may bring it that experience directly into the app. That will be next step.
Yeah. So I'll show what is the current experience of TeachMate. This is a logged in teacher right now, and this is the lessons created by them. We can go ahead and create the first lesson. So it asks for grade
6
subject, and subject is teams, and topic, let's say gravity. And it asks for the content type, which is modeling to the WARC model that Darshanji has going on. Roughly, I think kinesthetics, is not captured properly here. We need to probably discuss that before we want to
Is kinesthetics a content type or a content style?
No, it's a content type.
How do you make kinesthetics a content type? Because content type to me is actually a very technical concept. It's whether it's
experience is same.
that can be brought into the experience. No?
It's just a hands-on experience.
Also, if you think about it, that is what we have categorized as.
See, WARC is visual. But in WARC, V is visual, A is audio, okay. R is reading, so it is our text content.
Yeah.
And K is kinesthetics.
Yeah.
So I think K is probably video as well as some sort of quiz.
Quiz also, when we go to the
Mastering part.
correct. In the mastering, after learning, they have to do some hands-on. No? During that time, it can be kinesthetics. No?
Got it. So WARC maps here.
The teacher is teaching something, and the last bench children are doing a lot of noise. But you're not. What is the last question the Dhavalji asked? What is the last question Dhavalji asked? Then you'll come back and say. Then you'll come back and say that I am not getting work. Yeah.
So WARC, we have to see there are both concepts here. One is the WARC model.
Is it like it is kinesthetic, right?
Yeah.
Hands-on experiments and stuff. So whenever that activity comes, it should be there.
That is what he was
All these
saying.
things should be into that first learning and curiosity.
Yeah, which is okay. It can be spread. Yeah. That is what you guys will have to figure out with Darshanji, and then make sure that you get the right answer.
Yeah, what we need to ensure is we align with what he expects.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, there will be back and forth.
Yeah.
And second thing is that the content style is narrative, descriptive, expository, persuasive, and gamified.
So now you brought some new things. Narrative, what's the distinction between narrative and descriptive?
See, what he has said is
narrative is research insight.
story kind of a thing.
Storytelling.
Then this descriptive style, because last time he had a suggestion that our experience type is mapping to his content style. Second is descriptive, where it is more of a, explanation kind of a thing. Then these are like expository, like facts and diagrams. Then persuasive style, which is
Evaluation of the.
evaluation, like
They should
little
have
bit
a
of
verification.
quiz, and gamified style, which is probably a game. So I think he is also very close to what we were thinking in terms of, our blocks of curiosity, explanation and quiz. I think gamified is where he is more towards, persuasive and gamified is where he is more towards the quiz portion. Expository is, descriptive is where it is more of the explanation. This is fact style. So he has probably the explanation he has expanded into two. And this is the storytelling initial curiosity part.
So depending upon that, teachers will create.
Yeah.
Bottom line, this is to create a particular block,
Correct.
knowledge block.
Still, we are on the same page. It's just that our 3 blocks are now further expanded into 5.
No problem. Yeah, I think that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
So based on the description given there, definitions, we are seeing whether it comes into curiosity, learning or mastering, right?
No, see, that is how we started, right? But now,
Now, this I also will put it into those 3 categories.
we don't have to really fit like that. It's now for the teachers, because you and I are not the content owners. See, what is that as content owners they're looking for? They're okay with generating a block and then organizing them the way it should be delivered, right? Now, while creating the content block, now they have asked to expand the meaning to or the nouns into 5 distinct nouns. All the 9 narrative, descriptive.
If it is, we have made as 3 blocks: curiosity, learning, and verification. Now we have to make GPTs based on these styles, no? Because if he's asking for a specific style, no?
So one experiment you can do is with your existing GPT, is he able to get these blocks? Because like how Dhavalji said, while prompting, they can say, give me this in narrative style. That is one way.
Anupama, was Darshan happy when the GPT, whatever GPT gave for the persuasive style or something he asked?
Yeah. He was happy with the content, but he was, where are the styles? Where are the styles? Actually, when we look into the content generation, no, it is actually working in this manner only. First, it is narrative, then it is explanatory, correct? Then it is coming to, what is that? Factual thing. It is coming in that order only. Maybe we can, I'm just trying out, specifying means explain this topic, stressing more on the narrative style, I can ask.
Anupama,
No, actually,
into this
no.
style.
Sorry to interrupt, Gayatri ji. Yesterday he was more concerned about the images. He want for every style he want one image, so that like we have some magazines, right? Chanda Mama magazines. So for every explanation GPT, one image should be there. He was concerned about that. That is the first
The
thing.
limitation of the image, Rajita.
Huh.
What did he say?
No, I didn't hear properly.
No, Rajita, did you tell him the limitation of the images?
Yes.
Yes.
What did he say?
He said, but somehow can you try getting images, because kids will be more attracted. What's the explanation?
Okay, that's a separate problem altogether.
Yeah, got it.
I think what Gayatri ji is asking Rajita ji and Anupama ji is, should we now split our GPTs into 5 broad categories? One which generates the narrative style, one which generates the descriptive style. How do you want to organize your GPTs is a thinking that you need to clarify.
For this, Vijayji, if we are not giving the UI to the teachers for generating the content, then we have to follow according to Gayatri ji's thing.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that is very clear. they will be interacting with your GPTs independently.
Oh, okay.
Right? I know we can put all the GPTs into one web page.
Okay.
But they will have to go from that GPT and generate. Remember our choice? They will have a GPT for 6th grade. See, the page that we come up with now can have that simple selection, 6th grade. Then it will show all the GPTs that are related to 6th grade. Or 6th grade and subject, then it will filter out the GPTs. So they have to choose a grade, they have to choose a topic. Then, it will show only those 4 or 5 GPTs that are associated with it. Then they have to go there, do whatever experiment, and they have to copy and come and paste into the teachmate.
So there are 2 types of things here, Rachita. There is a work model and there is a style model.
Yeah.
So we have to make sure that in these styles, each style, the entire work model is being embedded.
Yes. Okay. In narrative style, work model. Should
narrative style, work
in
model.
description style, yes.
Yeah.
Like that.
And in work model, there is a video and image. So now he said the image is mandatory. We'll see what to do.
So
So
totally, how many GPTs will be having?
So 5 GPTs, 5
5
styles
fours are 20.
into each grade.
Yeah.
Each subject.
Each grade, each subject. Enjoy. We'll have a huge library of GPT.
20, minimum 20 GPTs we'll have, right? Oh.
No, see, if let's take a simple example, no. Mathematics 6th grade. I have 5 GPTs.
Okay.
Like that. So
Okay.
7 mathematics.
Okay. Got
5
it.
GPTs like that.
That is one way of organizing, but you guys are the GPT masters. You please experiment and say, no, in the same one, I can prompt a question. I can have 6th grade mathematics. In that, it will first ask which style you want. That's also another way of solving it. Then we don't really need 5 distinct GPTs.
That is what I intended, Vijayji, initially.
That conversation starters, no, Anupama?
Yeah.
That may be simpler. That way, we don't have to maintain a whole lot of complexity.
So for the existing GPT only, we'll add one prompt based on users in response, whether it's a expository style or descriptive style. The content will be generated accordingly, right? No.
Yes.
Yes.
Anyways,
Now I was asking ChatGPT to provide explanation for the topic 4s in different styles. When I just prompt only, it is providing. So we can just mention as a starter the styles.
That whatever it is providing, show it to Darshan, because his definition of narrative style and ChatGPT's definition of narrative style might be different.
No, he was, when narrative style was generated, he was there. He was happy with the content.
Then why should we make 5 GPTs, Vijayji?
That's what we just now said, no?
Because for each
That's
6th
why they have
grade,
to
7th grade, 8th grade, for
No,
each grade, we
because-
have to make GPTs.
No,
A
no,
set of
Anupama,
4,
no.
5.
Then at the end of the meeting, why did he say that styles are a concern?
Because he feels that just by choosing in the UI,
It will be
it
easy
can
for the
directly
teachers.
come as a prompt in the GPT.
That is because he didn't see Yush giving that question prompt. No, if you improve the GPT to first of all ask the question. Welcome,
that we
teacher.
can do.
If you do that, I think he'll be happy.
Yes,
That's
yes.
I explained that to him.
but
But
see, the thing is, with Darshanji, showing is better than explaining.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Vijayji, this confusion is coming because
Vijayji, I'm here.
Welcome, Darshanji.
So he is
Namaste, Darshanji.
Hari Om Darshanji.
why
We were discussing about Darshanji only.
Yes. Yeah. So we were talking about how we should structure the GPT, Darshanji.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah. So, like how we just now discussed, Anupama ji, if you add that prompt question, then that will give a clearer understanding to Darshanji. So then, you can see whether that is okay. That way we can limit the number of GPTs we are creating.
we have to tell him like these two are separate because he is thinking that everything is being done through the UI only.
So one more thing, Darshanji, there is no UI for the GPT in the sense that, the TeachMate app, remember the model that we discussed the other day when you were here? That day you came here for lunch, no? On that day we discussed, right? Let me just bring that picture back. That way we are all on the same page. Can you stop sharing?
Yeah.
So, Darshanji, is my screen visible, Ji?
Yes.
So, yeah, this is the model that we agreed on that day, where the teachers will be given a collection of GPTs and they will be generating the content and they'll be copying and pasting that content into the TeachMate app. And that is the experience that currently, maybe we can quickly demonstrate that experience once again. So let Dhavalji just quickly once again show the experience. I'll stop this. So that way you know where the GPTs come and where the TeachMate app comes.
Let me also open up some test GPT.
Yeah. Is it visible, Darshanji?
Yes, yes.
All right. So this is our current UI for TeachMate, Darshanji. So let me.
You can keep the laptop.
Bring up the TeachMate home screen. So this is where a teacher has logged in, they can see their profile, log out as a teacher. And since there are no lessons yet, they are prompted to create a new lesson. New lesson can have basics information such as the grade, let's say 6th, and the subject and a topic and the content type, which is, modeling to work, but we are still going to fine tune it based on our understanding. And the content style, we have mapped to the 5 content styles that you outlined in the document. So, the teacher can select the content type here. And based on that, they generate a block. So at this point of time, it is, we are finding it that the GPTs are not directly, custom GPTs are not directly integratable with a backend or a UI. So the way we are envisioning right now is that from this point, the teacher will go to a particular GPT, which is specific to the subject that they are dealing with. And they will, from a document, they are given a prompt that asks such a prompt for such a subject and paste that prompt here, modifying the topic there, like explain gravity for a 6th grader.
We can show from our GPT something.
Yeah, but I'm just,
yeah.
So then once I do that, the GPT will again prompt.
Now, just you want to clarify that point.
Yeah.
The GPT will be actually the GPTs that Rajita ji and.
Correct. This will be the custom GPT that Rajita ji will be providing rather than me demoing this, general purpose tool
This
here.
is only a sample.
Yeah, this is a sample thing. So, and when I ask explain gravity basics, the GPT will further prompt me actually. what style do you want this content in? What is the type of the content that you want? Is it text or image or, video? And it can probe further questions as well based on the topic and GPT that is selected. And once the teacher answers all those, then it will provide a response. Teacher can further interact with the GPT, refine the answer. Okay, the moon example doesn't look right. Can you also add Jupiter example? So, teacher can have that back and forth with the GPT, and once the GPT clears that provides that information accurately and the teacher is satisfied, that's when they can, copy this content and paste it here. Okay, so let me actually show you what a sample thing will look like.
Davaji, if this is the case,
Yeah.
Why do we even require this this TeachMate UI UX?
Yeah. So the thing is that Darshanji, see, from here, once I click Save Changes, this has generated one block, which is the text and narrative block. Okay. Now I can generate another block, and let's say I paste the same content here.
So Darshanji, the thinking behind this is, if you think in terms of learning, like how you have been saying, we have identified 3 stages. There's a learning stage, there's a mastering stage, and there is a overall your vimarshana or verification stage. So in the learning stage, they may learn through various small learning experience blocks. That is a fundamental idea here. Learning experience blocks. So the very first learning for a given topic happens through what we call as a learning movie. And that learning movie is a collection of these small blocks. It could be a narration. It could be whatever, the other 4 types that you have, a gamification. So these 2-3 blocks put together becomes your first, let's say, movie or the first lesson that they learn for this given topic.
So these are the blocks that it generated, and the GPT generated and we pasted here. Now you can see that we have narrative, descriptive, and even a video type here. You can see that it's a video that is saved in the whole sequence. And this sequence can be, properly rearranged if required. And once we save this lesson, and we can also edit it and delete it, for that matter. So these are editable and deletable. I can also go ahead and modify the content if further changes are required. And then once I click on save lesson, the whole lesson is generated and saved in our database. So the entire lesson journey is still captured in the UI, the lesson management, structuring, modification, deletion. And once this is saved, it also goes for approval. All these things are still happening. Even this categorization, is saved in database so that it can be used by the student mate correctly. This is also the same database which is used by student mate. So this putting the lesson here is creating it actually for student mate as well.
And the order in which and the let's say the way in which it has been organized as let's say the blocks here in the TeachMate is how the student will experience. So think of it like, where you're creating a movie, how you want the movie to be experienced, and the experience of the movie is in the student mate. But how you, as a director of the movie, as a teacher of that movie, how you want that experience to be is what you're organizing here. Now, the main content for that is coming from GPT. In this iteration, the GPTs are outside of this TeachMate. But we are parallelly conducting several experiments to see how effectively we can integrate that directly into TeachMate. And our aim is in the next iteration of the release of TeachMate, ideally, you don't need an external GPT. It will be well integrated into the integrated experience that you're seeing here within TeachMate.
Yeah, so this is forward looking, right now it is in V0, it is more like this. But in V1 also, as we figure out how to integrate GPTs properly, is when this will, directly generate the content and preview it for teachers. They can still edit it. So this, flow still pretty much is thought of in that sense where, it is forward looking. But this is where the GPT content will be preloaded and the teachers can edit it and then save it.
Does that bring clarity to the question you're raising, Darshanji?
Yeah. Yeah, I understood, Jayji. This is actually for teachers, there will be efforts and also confusions also will be there, I believe. So somehow we need to try to integrate. Anyway, you're better. So just let's hope for it.
Yeah. So Darshanji, the concern is that
And this
yeah, go ahead.
more of like we are
Your voice is breaking.
yeah, this looks more of like a we can't tell this is a teacher made, but hello.
Yeah,
Can
now
I?
Yes, yes.
Are you? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, G. Yes, G.
Hello.
Yeah, you are audible, G.
Maybe we are need to
lag is there. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yes. So
the lag.
this more to me looks like yeah. This more to me looks like a kind of extension of a student made. Am I audible?
Yes.
Hello.
He's not able to hear us. You can call him, no, Jeshi?
Darshanji, shall I call you on the WhatsApp?
He lives in the forest. Darshanji, we lost you completely.
Let me call on WhatsApp.
He left the meeting. There is no signal. That's why he was not able to join. Direct call. Not
Okay, you
maybe
want me to
WhatsApp
call
is
on?
not,
Okay. So Darshanji is the one who's running the Purna Chetana school. And he is the Chief Wisdom Officer in Gurukula. So all the content decisions are made by Darshanji. Hariom Darshanji. Hello.
Vijayji, am I audible?
You are audible, Ji. Yeah, much better now.
Yes.
Yeah.
signal problem. I shifted to next room.
Okay, ji. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I was trying to tell is, so that linkage is required is what I feel. Otherwise, it will be kind of very difficult experience for teachers, and there will be confusions also.
Agree. We also don't want this to be a long-term solution, but right now.
Hari Om.
Okay, Darshanji, are we audible?
Huh. Yeah. You are. Go ahead.
There
JJ.
seems to be a.
Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So definitely, Darshanji, we also don't
Even
think
now?
of this as the long-term solution.
Yeah. There is a voice breakage now as well, Darshanji.
Now?
Seems to be okay. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. You just go ahead.
Okay, all right. So what I was saying is, we also don't think of this as the long-term solution, G. This is until we figure out what is the right way to integrate a LLM into our content generation. Right now, a reliable content generation mechanism is using this custom GPT. But unfortunately, custom GPTs do not yet offer a back-end way of integration. That's the only reason why we have done this way for this iteration. So that, at least the content generation and then the end-to-end working can begin. Because we need to get something up and running within the next few months, right? Meanwhile, in parallel, already experimentation has begun in how we can integrate, what are the right ways, should we be running our own LLM, so on and so forth. Those experiments are going on in parallel in the background. So once when a reliable mechanism comes up, we would be wanting to switch it over. And like how Dhavalji said, the experience we want it to be seamless. They come here, they say, I want to generate a lesson, and everything happens within the context of TeachMate.
Okay, clear.
Yeah?
Yeah. Noted, Vijayji, noted.
Okay. So now then coming back to the GPT tuning, what Rajita ji and Anupama ji and Gayatri ji will do is, so they will have one GPT for every grade, every subject. For example, there will be a GPT for 6th grade mathematics, 6th grade science. And that in turn will guide this work model. And styles also. So the work and the style will be part of that. And you as in teacher will be generating using that. And they will have to come to the TeachMate and paste it here.
Clear. Noted. And that image generation thing, what Rajita ji and Anupama ji were telling. So what I told is, any narrative story or anything which we generate, rather than having a plain text content, it should be some image references also. So like GPTs will give a prompt, and using that prompt, they will generate a reference images which will link with the text description. I know the image capability of the GPTs. We are not kind of expecting the perfect images, but the story description or something can be generated.
So Darshanji, since we are right now making custom GPTs, we are confined only to Chat GPT. Otherwise, there are many other AI tools which give us a lot of better images. So
why don't we, anyway, we are giving them a collection of GPTs, right? For now. Can we look at a image generation GPT, not a GPT, but image generation AI tool, which can be integrated into that collection of items?
where the GPT will go to that AI tool
No,
and
no,
get the
no.
image.
The user, the teacher will go there. See, for this iteration, think of it like a teacher will.
Gayatri ji, if you remember, we had attended this workshop, no, in that hotel, Royal Arcade
Yes, yes, yes.
hotel. There, one app was there, night bedtime story app or something like that. So in that story used to generate and also the images of that particular story. That is the expectation.
No, we can, Darshanji, there are tons of AI tools and all these things which can generate excellent images. But what right now, what is the issue is if when through our GPTs, we have to generate image using Chat GPT, and Chat GPT is not giving good images, especially if there is.
Darshanji, can I help to think in a particular way?
Yeah.
See, what is happening with respect to GPTs, I mean, and that will also, clarify what we are thinking about GPTs and, try to exchange ideas around that. See, our understanding so far working with GPTs is that they are not at all accurate in one go. Okay, and what it takes to get accurate information out of them is a lot of iteration. And that is what we have observed in our personal work. That is what we have observed in, coding with GPT. That is what we have observed even in creation of documents. So if we think along that lines that, teachers and the people who are working with the content will need to create it iteratively. GPT gives them some output. They will need to look at it. They will need to instruct further based on the subject that they are working on, based on the topic that they are working on, based on the context of what they want to explain. They will have to explain further to GPT, this is looking right, this is not looking right. This is what I want, this is not what I want. Sometimes if I tell that generate an image of Durga Mata, GPT generates an image of Durga Mata, but the number of hands are not accurate. What is there in each hand is not accurate. So then I have to, as a teacher, further prompt to the GPT. Okay, generate this many hands. In each of the hand, generate this kind of paraphernalia. Okay, this is not the right one. Generate one with this one. Saraswati Mataji is sitting on a lotus, but the color of the lotus is wrong. So change the color of the lotus. So that is what we are thinking about GPTs right now. And, we want to ensure that it is a facility and experience available to the teachers. Let us know your thoughts.
Yeah, I understood, Dhavalji.
Yeah.
So, what is the way forward then?
Yeah. So, I mean, probably, we are trying to see if we can also do that interactively from the UI, but it will also need experimentation directly with the teachers, sitting along with them and they generating lessons and giving us feedback. Okay, this is working, this is not working. This is working, this is not working. We refining based on that input and again giving it to them and, that flow going on.
But
Because
he's asking about images specifically.
same will go with images because, even in images, once we see the image, we will realize this is working, this is not working. It's not usually, it is never accurate in one go. We have to do a lot of refinement and give small instructions. A one single master prompt is not going to work for most of the content. Each of them has to be tailored and, single inputs are supposed to be given for individual content is what our observation is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Darshanji, here is the framework that we can consider. See if it makes sense to you. So whatever the GPTs now Rajita ji has shared with you, you have given some feedback. Now, based on that, and also based on especially that work model and then the content style, they're going to refine. Like I said, for every grade, for every subject, there'll be one GPT. Okay, this is as far as the content is concerned. As far as the image is concerned, that may be a separate GPT, maybe a separate tool by itself. That let them put it together. So then let's assume, let's say sometime next week, again, at the end of this, Rajita ji and Gayatri ji can confirm. Let's say we put together some 2 or 3 such GPTs, because right now, let's do the experiment using 6th grade. 6th grade math, 6th grade science, 6th grade English, right? These are the 3 GPTs. And once again, you please play with it, see whether the way the content is getting generated, and you may want to play with it along with the teachmate. Yeah. So that way, the teachers get a clear understanding of how they need to go to the GPT prompt and how they need to create a lesson in teachmate. So that way they get used to the whole idea. And if you feel that for that to become effective, sitting together will help better, let us figure out, the logistics. Either, we coming to Purna Chaitana and having a day-long workshop. Maybe next Saturday can be that, or you coming here along with 1 or 2 of them and we sitting. Either way, it's okay. But one such session, will get this process flowing better.
Okay, Vijayji, noted. So till actually April 5th, all our teachers are busy. Examination season.
Okay.
And everybody are like completely busy. And even
Okay.
now, like around 6 to 8 teachers are into the class and evaluation duty also. So
Yeah.
already in school, we are facing the shortage of resources.
Yeah.
So till April 5th, so nothing can be planned in such way. So post that we can think of. But
Okay,
I
so
don't know
then
like whether we have such kind of time also.
No, that is perfectly okay. What I'm thinking, again, I'm off the cuff, I'm thinking, I want Dhavalji and others also to comment. See, now that, we have a fairly, let's say, initial cut of the teachmate, we can continue to refine the teachmate.
Yeah.
And now that you've given an initial feedback on the GPTs, we can continue to refine that. And we will also master the process of generating and pasting and creating the content and letting it run in the student.
We will make it as easy as possible for teachers. Probably even when even current teachmate, it will show a link to the right GPT.
Yeah.
Where they click on that link and that
Simply
GPT
go
is
there, right?
open.
So like
all those
that,
things.
we will make it as intuitive as possible in the current constraints. So that way, the next 2 weeks, we can use it to streamline this entire process with the aim that we generate lesson and we are able to consume it in the most meaningful way on student made. So that experiment we'll do with these 2-3 subjects with the input that you have given now. And with that, we'll be ready and we can organize this workshop in the first week of April or the second week of April, either here or there, that we can coordinate later. And we can take the next step.
So, Darshanji, our GPTs, we have made an image generator also. So, it will surely generate an image. But then the thing is, if the teacher has to give further a couple of prompts to make it more fine-tuned. So, this is the best we can do with ChatGPT. We have created image generator GPT.
That's what. Let's put it all together. Let them give the unified experience. Meaning, okay, so they come to teachmate, they say, I want to create a lesson for 6th grade math.
Yeah.
And like how Dhavalji said, it'll say, okay, use this GPT to generate. And they click and it opens. They do whatever prompting generate, copy and paste here. And they're able to see. So like that, let's master this entire workflow.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then go for this workshop with them.
Yeah.
It will be easier.
Yeah. So aim of this thing was only that, Darshanji, to set the expectation that probably the lesson generation experience needs to be iterative as well, rather than one shot, it generates the lesson, but then the teacher will have to give further prompts and inputs in order to correct the content, is what our experience is, right?
Yeah, that is understandable.
Okay.
No problem. We can do that.
Yes, Darshanji. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And this approach, Darshanji, whatever we just now described, will it be okay?
Yeah, makes sense. Okay.
Now, I think that's a good segue for your presentation, G, where you said you have certain dates and milestones that you wanted to discuss with all of us. The entire tech team is here, and
Vijay just a clarification. That is not the milestone which is defined by me. On behalf of technology development team, I have put some milestones which may make sense or which may not make sense. I
okay,
want you guys to come up with milestones to
yeah,
achieve the goal of going live. The first thing on the workshop related, the 1 day experiential workshop, which is we are going live on April 16th, and the main Gurukula opening on June 14th. So these are the two dates we have finalized already. So we need to go reverse. So to make sure the operations go smoothly, what all milestones we need to achieve in smaller intervals is what I have defined on behalf of you. So that you need to review, and if it is making sense, let it be there. If it isn't making sense, and if you want to edit and change it, you should change it. So that milestone is just purely in like
indicative.
reference to make sure everybody feels confident that we are going in a right way, and to make sure everybody knows about what exactly we are in. That is the idea of that sheet, Vijayji.
Understood. Understood. Okay, so then let's focus on the very first milestone, which is the April 16th. So,
Right.
in your viewpoint, Darshanji, how would you want that April 16th experience to be? Can you paint a picture first?
Yeah. See, we will select a topic. It is not a textbook topic, which is we will select some topic which is a value add for the child, and which creates an interest for parent and child to get enroll to that workshop, 1 day workshop. Okay. So I have do you have access to that sheet, Vijayji? Like I had shared once in executive meeting,
Which sheet, G?
1 day experiential workshop. So there I had given few topics. Anyway, like I will share it again. One
Yeah,
second.
yeah.
Can I share the screen? Or is he sharing?
He's sharing. Darshanji is sharing.
Vijayji, it's already shared with you.
Okay, you want us to bring Darshanji?
Yeah. Right.
1 minute, 1 minute. It was shared in
You
the.
just check in your drive saying 1 day experiential program.
It was in the exec team, is it?
Like you just go to drive, there will be a folder called shared with me, no? There you can search.
1 day. 1 day experimental. Let me bring it up on the screen. Is this the document you mean, Ji?
Yeah, right.
Super. Okay. Debate. Okay, so number 4 is where okay, this is still a process module. Introduction to basic concepts, AI tools that can help. Hands-on demonstration. Okay. Evaluation. Where do you see tech teams thing coming in, G?
Program theme is there. If you just go there, innovative problem solving through nature and technology. So that's a program theme. Okay. So that's a topic. And
Yeah.
that is not the final topic. We are planning to come up with some themes, and we will put it to vote, and we will finalize some themes. Okay. So that we are working on.
Yeah.
And this is just an example theme, which is
So
given to explain what exactly the proposal is.
okay. I have a question here. Like, what is the age group, Darshanji, for the coming?
6th standard, 10 to 12 years.
Okay.
So for this, we need to make them experience all our 4 journey, E, I, E, E, double I, E. So that journey they should go through. And we are planning to recreate, or we are planning to create that experience what a child will experience in a day at Gurukula, in that workshop. But topic is different. Topic is not the conventional subject topics. Topics are something which creates interest and which is for the summer break,
Yeah.
which is out of the textbook.
Yeah. Now here, G, we are seeing the program flow. The program flow will be similar, no?
Correct.
Now, where do you expect? I'm assuming you'll let them experience the student mate. That's my assumption. Correct?
Correct. Absolutely. No,
Ah.
teacher mate is just to generate the content. Even the teacher mate is not that we can generate the content and feed the student mate application. But
Yeah.
student mate application will have to make live here, the first draft.
Correct.
Yeah. So I think it's a very wonderful, setup, Darshan ji. And since we don't have the constraints of a conventional subject, and you definitely want to demonstrate the technical and AI aspect here as well inside student meet, what we can think of out of the box. I mean, this is my personal suggestion. I mean, definitely if anybody has more ideas, please throw around it as well. But this is coming because I have held multiple, Microsoft Imagine Cup competitions for Light of the Self Foundation throughout last couple of years. So we can have a quick student-made lesson around solving a real-world problem that the students see around them using AI and technology. So what I've done in past, and it does involve physical and hands-on things as well. So it's a problem-solving framework. It's an introduction of problem-solving framework that this is how we solve problems, and this is how we think about real-world problems and how to solve them using technology. It's not a lot of technical stuff, but it's more about how to think about real world problems. Then okay, you want to see what is the plant in your house, and if there is a problem with the plant in your house, you want to use technology to identify the problem with that plant. So it's more about generating that curiosity in the students, that look around yourself. Okay, look around the problems that you can identify in your day-to-day life and see what technology can solve in those problems. Use Google Lens or use an application that can identify potential plant diseases, and then it can also give you suggestions on what to do to solve that. Is one suggestion, but we can blend it further, in which we also bring in Bharatiya aspect and spiritual aspect in those things, where it can be more environmentally and dharmic friendly compared to just usage of technology. Let me know, Darshan ji.
So that's the theme what you are suggesting as far as what can be done. But in terms of, okay, if you become a little more like let's say pigeonholed and think in terms of what kind of an experience will they have.
So it is a lesson in student meet.
So so the whole problem itself, it will be prompted in student meet.
Correct.
Okay. So okay. So now here is the way you will be learning.
Yes.
Come, let's understand. How do we learn problem solving itself?
Correct.
And that lesson experience is given via student mate.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll have to devise the specific blocks of it.
Correct.
Yeah. But
yes.
But that is the broad idea.
Yes.
And right now we are thinking, each lesson is not more than 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So the learning part will be a 20-minute learning via student mate.
Yeah.
And then will we also get the mastering part via student mate for them to experience?
Yeah, obviously they have to take up a mobile or something,
or
and
go and do
go
something,
and do
come
something.
back and
Yes.
give the feedback.
Yes.
Because we have not yet designed the mastering part,
Correct.
that has to be
Correct.
thought through.
Yeah, and then there will be a quiz or, an input which will gauge their understanding. Let us know, Darshanji, at any point of time, please interrupt and, provide feedback on what we are thinking.
Right. Davaji, so the objective of this one day experience workshop is to give an experience of how our system work. Okay, so here we are actually attracting the crowd, prospects rather than a crowd. We are attracting the prospects, and we are in an innovative way, like in a topic which is kind of exciting for the student. We are making sure we are giving the Gurukula experience. Like a normal day in Wizkids Gurukula, whatever we do, we need to do here. And post that, we will pitch them. This is a hook, okay? So using this hook, we will tell this is how a child will learn a concept in Gurukula. So that's the idea. So for that to happen, we need to follow the exact framework what we are following in the like what we are proposing to follow in Gurukula, normal operations Gurukula.
Got it. Yeah, I think, whatever I said, we want to fit into that framework only, where we generate curiosity. We provide multi-modal text content and video content on how to solve problems, and then, prompting them to do an activity and capture their understanding at the end of the activity. Let me know if that sounds...
Yeah, I think, Dhavalji, there are two distinct aspects. I think the choice of the topic, what you're making is a suggestion for choice of the topic. Okay. What topic can be used on that day? Okay, problem solving is one topic that you recommended. Let Darshanji think through that and let him make the final choice. So what, Darshanji, let's separate out these two things. The choice of the topic that Dhavalji is suggesting is, which he has felt could be exciting, is problem solving. Let's learn how to do problem solving. That is the concept that he wants to introduce via the StudentMate app. Okay, you can think through that, see whether that makes the most sense, or if you feel there is any other better topic that you feel would fit the narrative better, you be the judge of it.
Yeah, definitely, Vijayji. And the overall theme actually fits whatever Dhavalji is telling. We are mainly focusing on problem solving itself. Correct. So that is the topic. The topic discussion is, we will finalize few topics and we will select based on the popular choice. That we will do.
Yeah, that's the first thing. Now let's shift our attention, because Dhavalji, we will have to deliver some kind of a tool in whatever the capacity, which will enable that day's experience. Okay, how will it be? So at around 10:30, now, okay, so how will you be learning, children? Let's say the topic is problem solving itself. Okay, let's learn today about problem solving itself. So now, for the first 20 minutes, each child will engage with our StudentMate app.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And they will...
Correct.
And they will come out. And then the mentor will say, okay, now this is not the only step. You will be also going through some hands-on.
Hands-on. Yes.
That is the second step of our learning.
Yes.
Then now come and submit it back into StudentMate, right?
Exactly.
So now this experience, we have the first part, the learning part. There also we need to work with Darshanji to make sure that whatever the choice of topic he has taken, we actually input and we kind of live through that.
Correct.
Second part, we also still need to design the mastering part, right? Because the mastering part, they will go and do something. Maybe they will go and do some experiment. They'll take some pictures or videos, or they will make a note in their book, and they have to come and fit it back. So we haven't yet thought through that part. How will it flow back? That second part. So with that, we need to now work with Darshanji with his choice of topic.
Yeah.
We are, I would say, almost 60% there for 16th of April. In terms of the capability of the tool. But the other 40% we haven't even thought about. Are you with me?
what, I mean, what I'm thinking about what is missing from that.
Remember,
Hmm.
there are 3 broad steps in any mastering of the child. First is the learning. Next is what we called as mastering. Third is the evaluation, the formal evaluation, right? Vimarshana. So on that day, on 16th of April, Darshanji, it's a question to you.
Yeah.
Do you want to be able to demonstrate all these 3 key steps? Learning, mastering, evaluation?
Correct. Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think what we can do is, rather than figuring how the tool will capture arbitrary inputs, we ourselves know that what are the right inputs. Okay. So for example, kid goes out and figures out what plant it is. And, then the quiz is there that which is the plant, so that we can successfully capture, because otherwise, I mean, I understand what we are trying to go, where we are trying to go, where, it is a broader analyzing capability as well. But, and also the interaction, like which chatbot is going on right now on the page. So kid can also interact with the chatbot on that topic. And, we should be designing the chatbot interface in a way which will not give out a lot of solutions, which will prompt them to think along those lines rather than,
Correct. Exactly.
Keep giving on solutions.
Correct.
So that portion can also be done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let's call that as the mastering part,
correct,
right?
correct, yeah.
So first is the learning part. Then, how does it master? How does the child master that given concept? And how does the child get evaluated? These are the 3 key aspects that we need to be able to demonstrate on that day as an experience. So what I am saying is, we now have got a fairly good handle on the first part, the learning part. But the mastering and the evaluation part, we have not yet done any work. So if we have to be able to design this for 16th, which means that we need to start working with Darshanji, let's assume at least a week before, where, the actual content, whatever we choose, whether it's problem solving or whichever topic that Darshanji comes up with, we need to work with him and then put it and then see, and then actually work with maybe our Ashwiniji's daughters and see whether it is working or not. So which means that, we have to be ready at least a week before, right? Minimum. Yeah. So who's presenting? I'm presenting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we have to go with our timetable, yeah. So what Darshanji is saying is, here. So this Darshanji, April 16th, is it? It's a weekday.
Yeah, right. Monday.
Darshanji, it's not Monday, Ji. Can you see here calendar? It's a Wednesday, Ji.
15th April 14th, sorry, Monday.
This one is the working, this is the demo day, is it?
April 14th onwards, Vijayji, what we are proposing is, like, we will leave a Google form for the registrations. As and when we receive some 20 numbers of registration, we will conduct a workshop for those 20. And this is repeatable. It is not a one-time event. And like the moment we receive next 20 registrations, we will start another workshop. Like it might be a 1 day after or 2 day after. We need to take the decision based on the response we get from the marketing team.
Okay, then can we say that, Darshanji, the very first one happens on either a Saturday or Sunday? That way, all of us can also be present. Can we target, let's say that Saturday, say 19th or 20th, as the 13th? Yeah, either 12th or 13th. No, whether all of us can be ready, all that we'll have to see. Better to take the next week, 19th or 20th.
No problem, Vijayji, no problem.
Allah Tayi, you have to get all these things ready, Mama. So we can do next Sunday also, but are you ready? So 19th or 20th Darshanji, if let's say that is the first time that the tool and its capability have to be available for the children. Is that a starting point?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Now we need to work backwards. So which means Dhavalji and now Ashwini here comes the thing, which means that let's say that 12th and 13th is the day when we actually should be doing a full-fledged internal demo, internal with your children, with Dhavalji being there, with your children being there, Darshanji being there. We all are seeing that it is actually working the way we want it to work, which means that we have now essentially another 3 weeks. Because we are on 15th, we have another only 3 weeks to get the other 2 parts of the experience ready from a student-made viewpoint. When we say ready, we don't have to be ready as in production ready.
No, but what you're envisioning that would be.
Okay, let's think through that. So now, for example, we have now the learning experience ready. Okay, of course, some fine-tuning has to happen. Now let's talk about the mastering experience. Now the mastering experience is also going to begin as a lesson for the student. It says that, okay, congratulations, now that you completed the learning, shall we go ahead and master it? Here is your mastering challenge. It gives you the very first block, experience block is a challenge block in the mastering. Yeah. And the student is given a challenge statement. Okay, so do these things. So maybe activities or steps, whatever, right? We'll have to think through that content. That is an experience block that comes in the tool. Now the student is not in front of the computer now. It understands and it has to go out, do something. Now, whatever it does, now it has to come back and report it back to the tool.
Correct.
So in the mastering, there are only 2 steps. Offering the challenge and receiving some input back from the student. After the input comes, the tool may prompt, okay, here is a concept which you may want to understand better. Here is a question for that. Imagine, there are 4 inputs that the have to come back for this particular lesson. And each one is designed to assess whether the student has got the right understanding in that particular whatever.
Say that again, please, last part.
Okay, so let's say the experiment is divided in such a way that there are 4 inputs that the student has to come back and report. Each input tells us an aspect of that concept, whether the student has grasped it correctly or not. Okay, if the student doesn't accurately report a particular aspect, then we know that the student hasn't mastered this aspect better. So now we need to help the student go into that. Okay, let's take an example. Let's say,
In the document, Darshanji's document only, some examples are there, project activities.
here, in this,
No, not this one, not this one. He gave that work model.
in the work model.
That work.
No, there is an example in the very EII part.
Where, Ji?
Hands-on experience, down. Yeah, hands-on. Nature work combined.
No,
with-
this is a
No, this is just an example.
This is a
It's not an
different-
actual one.
He has the activity, how should be designed here. That it's open, Vijayji, somewhere. We were seeing the work model, Bloom's taxonomy, right?
No, work model.
No, I think, see, it's very simple actually and straightforward. What is Darshanji outlining in EIA itself is sufficient. Yeah, this one. Okay, so student gets a concept of environmental sustainability.
Yep,
Like a smart.
that is the explanation.
It's an
Right.
explanation.
That's the first 20-minute lesson.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now hands-on demonstration of some simple AI tool.
Yeah.
Okay, now it can be a video of, how to use Google Lens for identifying something and getting information out of this. So it's an interaction. Okay, that it can be shown. Then implementation. Okay, now you go out and, do it yourself.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now that is another lesson. Let's say.
Yeah, that's a lesson block. All these are lesson blocks or lessons.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And then the last one is, once they go out and do their activity and come back,
We have to receive some
we
feedback.
have to capture that.
We have captured that.
Yeah.
Right, but that's not where the tool ends. Once when you capture the feedback, you come to the assessment that the student is not mastered this aspect of the concept. Let's assume, there may be 4 outcomes. When you design an experiment, 4 outcomes the student has to get, right? Now, student doesn't get one of the concept. Now, how do you help the student? There has to be a further conceptual block that has to
Unblock him.
right? So that way the student can once again do that, and the tool knows that, okay, now he has mastered. So that mastering will happen based on the 4 inputs, for example. So that experience, we have to design it very clearly and align with Darshanji. And see, now the lesson block is aligned. There is no confusion in the lesson block. There is an explanation block, we are clear. The mastering block, we are almost there. Just that, we need to show it to Darshanji so that he can give a critical input. Like how he's giving critical input for all the GPTs. That's why I'm saying, let's show it to him. That we need to, we can work out Darshanji, double G, and we can go in front of Darshanji.
Okay.
Yeah, that's, so for that, and then the last evaluation, the Vimarshana. So Vimarshana, Darshanji, okay, let's think about it separately. First, let's get the mastering part so that, this EIE can be experientially delivered on that day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was more reading from this only.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
See, even in evaluation, it's like group presentations and discussions, and based on peer and feedback, mentor feedback.
Yeah. No, but it has to become, where did you send G? Oh, you want this document link? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we need to go a little more deeper into this.
So see, but I mean, the lines of thinking where I think I was a bit
Hari improvise.
Yeah. I want to introduce my old student.
That's this.
Gayatri.
Oh,
Pune.
Pune. Okay. I had only heard her.
Married to Balaji in Chennai.
Namaste. Darshanji,
Yes,
Prabhuji
Vijay.
has walked in here.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
Namaste, Prabhuji.
yeah. Darshanji is here.
Hariom Darshan.
Namaste, Prabhuji.
Namaste. I just walked in for lunch.
What? Oh, okay. That one is not done. Yeah. Okay. So we were discussing how to prepare for the 16th April. Yeah. Oh.
Darshanji went to Gurukula with Vani. Vani was there.
Prabhuji.
We had Vani was there give some suggestions about interior.
Ah.
Not of course, no major changes, but whatever is there with the overlay a little bit here and there. Some of the things she has suggested. Sharda and Vaishali and Shashidhar are working on that.
Noted, Prabhuji. Noted.
You are able to see what I marked on your document?
Not yet, Prabhuji.
Okay. Anyway, this is my thoughts. Ultimately, you can decide what is the right thing to do.
Right.
Basically, I said NIO syllabus and Wizkids Gurukula syllabus, the 2 categories I made. You can have a look.
Got it, Prabhuji. Got it. I'll review it.
Okay, so
Where are you people now? Which place?
we were almost 16. 16. Yeah. So let us do some more thinking, G.
Yeah.
It is not just about people giving the feedback that day. I also feel we need to think a little bit more about how can the tool also give certain feedback, because they will design it like that. So let us show that thinking. Let's have another session with Darshan Ji on that. So essentially, we have another 3 weeks from now till 12th to get ready. Not 12th, whatever that previous week. We have only another 3 weeks to get ready for Darshan Ji's final demo. But I think it is doable because we have, like I said, already almost 60% we are there. Another 30 to 40% from an mastering standpoint and evaluation standpoint, what kind of an experience we can give on that day, we will think.
Got it. Okay. Sure.
Darshan Ji, does that make sense? So let
Yeah. Yes, absolutely
But I
fine.
want to
Vijay
hear
ji.
one from Darshan ji, like what was his original proposal or a potential activity that flow that you wanted to happen, Darshan ji?
When? On the workshop day?
Yes, sir. For this particular student made experience.
Yeah, Dhavalji, to tell you in one line, it is like we are already producing a movie and it should be like a trailer for the child and the
Got
parent.
it. And what is a sample activity that you were planning and in this?
It is just one topic. It is just one topic.
Okay.
So
Like
that one topic, whatever we choose, the child will undergo all these 4 learning process, and master the topic. And the idea is the objective is very clear for us. Objective is to make sure the child experiences the AI tutoring or Gurukula experience, and parents also understand what exactly we are doing, because they're all in like they don't know, right? It's all surprise for them, and we need to clear that surprise here. And this is how we are proposing a new school model, which is using AI and the mentor model. And the ideal outcome, what we are expecting is after the experience, we will get some enrollment for the Gurukula. This is what we are expecting.
So basically, we want to involve an element of AI tutoring.
Absolutely. Whatever we are proposing, it should be there. It should be experienced to the children. So that's why I'm trying to tell. It should be like a trailer of a movie.
Got it. Yeah. Yes, Darshan. I got it. I think the topic itself that it's there in this document. I feel.
Yeah. The document has everything. You can go to the document, Dhavalji.
Yes.
That one day experiential document, like before proceeding, you just all the team members just go through it. Like you will understand what exactly we're trying to tell, and be in the shoes of a parent and a student. Then you will understand the entire process.
Yeah. Okay.
And Darshan Ji, by when do you think you'll be able to choose the particular topic?
Today or tomorrow we'll finalize. I'll present it in the executive meeting.
Super. So which means by Monday you will have clarity of which topic you want to.
Yeah.
Students.
Definitely.
Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Ji. I think.
Okay, Vijay ji, probably for the milestones discussion and all, I and you can get back and connect and fill that sheet. It is just a tentative milestones to keep a reference of our journey. That's all. To track it, nothing else.
Correct, Ji. Now, the reason why I wanted it to be also in front of all of the team members is because now we need to start aligning our various other activities, no?
Yeah, I understand.
So now there is very clear understanding. There are 2 key milestones. 16th of April, we are going, for lack of better terms, I will say, as far as student meet is concerned, we are going the beta live, right?
Correct.
16th of April, as far as student meet is concerned.
Correct.
By the June first week or second week, that is the time you're thinking, right?
Right.
Is when we are going to go live full-fledged with all the other, especially the student mate and the teach mate.
probably we can call that as a phase one, and the development will be happening, but phase
Yes,
one
sir.
is going live.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah. We are Anupama ji, Rajita ji, Gayatri ji, Ashwini ji.
Yeah.
Are we all clear? Anisha,
Yes.
are you listening?
Yes,
Okay.
we did.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Huh? Okay. No, he's going to choose the topic. By Monday, he'll choose his topic. Yeah.
What we used to do in this Imagine Cup, it will be probably helpful to this framework, not based on the topic, but it's the framework of the lesson here. Topics, students used to select, like the tech team members used to select. We would introduce, like Darshanji has mentioned, basics of environmental issues. Okay, we would introduce that concept. Okay, there are a lot of environmental issues and due to man-made issues and all. Okay, pollution and all, greed and all. Then we would introduce them framework of problems. Okay, how do you go around looking those problems in your environment and think about them? Then we would introduce them how to use technology to solve your problems. Okay, and then we will let them go and do their thing, and they come back and input that in the system. I mean, there would be a presentation. Here we can think of another way. And interaction is where we can think of our AI chat providing them with help in the process, not probably direct inputs. Okay, take photo of this and figure out. Okay, but think of what AI tool you can use to solve this. Think of what is there in your environment and things like that. So that is where AI tutor comes into picture. They can ask questions related to that problem that they are solving. They can ask questions related to the environment. Okay, what are the current environment problems? What are this and that? And then evaluation is when we will need to think a little bit. Yeah,
So-
is what my understanding.
Yeah. So that is, if at all we take this topic,
Hmm.
but irrespective of the topic that Darshanji comes up with, like how we have now decided, okay, learning is going to consist of these experience blocks.
Hmm.
All we have designed now for the mastering part. What kind
If
of
a student has not yet mastered, then how we
How-
strengthen their
strengthen
understanding?
that, right?
That is
That experience we have to think through,
understand.
right? And evaluation, how the evaluation should happen in the tool, right? So
Oh, then it's a sequence problem, right? We do evaluations. If we think that there are still problems, we repeat. Yeah.
when we repeat something else, because it cannot be the same way,
Hmm.
right? That's why they couldn't grasp it in the first place. So all that, let's think through now.
Okay.
And then we can go back to Darshanji.
Okay.
So Darshanji, this is clear. We will think about it and come back. Is there anything else that you wanted to bring up in this discussion?
Nothing, Vijayji, all clear. See, irrespective of any topic we select, the technological flow and the process flow remains same. Nothing
Correct.
changes.
Correct, Ji, correct. That's exactly what I am also envisioning.
Yeah.
That is why we will discuss, because we have solved it 1/3, Ji, roughly. We have
Yeah, I
solved.
understood. I know, like I can map. I'm clearly aware, like what exactly is happening,
Correct.
and I know where exactly we stand also.
Yeah. So we will take those steps, Ji.
Sure.
But we should be able to have a meaningful, workable, working thing for the students for 16th, no doubt. So we'll focus on that, Ji.
Done. Thank you.
Okay, Ji. So we'll be now taking a break, Ji, for lunch.
And can you also show what were milestones Darshanji proposed?
Only, I mean, he has put a lot of information which he is not very clear.
Okay.
Okay.
But two key milestones, 16th of April. The other one is the go live in June. That exercise we can do now. Keeping those two major milestones, what all we need, will do reverse engineering.
Got it. Okay, Darshan.
So Anupama ji and Rajita ji, we are now taking a lunch break.
Yes, Ji.
So another 45 minutes.
Yes,
It's
thank you very
1:45.
much.
We'll regroup at 2:30. Darshan ji, thank you very much ji.
Hello.
One thing is that can you give me the GitHub access invite, so I'll accept it right away. Otherwise I usually forget and.
Rajita ji, Anupama ji, are you guys back?
Yes, Vijay ji.
Oh, you woke up from your siesta.
So in the Yahoo office and Amazon office, Vijay, they used to have beds. Like there was a room and there were beds in there. So I would regularly go there from 1 to 3. And it was expected that I would not be at my desk from 1 to 3 and I will be sleeping. Yeah, because I'm from Rajkot, so Rajkot people sleep in the afternoon. It's a very well known.
In Japan also they sleep. No?
Yeah.
20 minutes or something. But Damarji used to sleep 1.5 hours. Not 20 minutes.
Yeah, it is not 20 minutes.
Actually, he was awake at our time, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. also. I never saw him, not responding to WhatsApp at any nights. He won't sleep at all. Yeah. The family.
Okay, so you want access to all the repos, right? The student mate UI and teach mate UI.
Yeah, those are fine.
So
You ask everybody to find out their written name. Naming, no convention you should tell them for here for this also. You can't make out any rules.
that
Naming convention, like how Shravan is great. Like that, everybody has name,
okay, see, I also VJ at Wizkids. But what's your GitHub?
The world. So are you?
Do you have a GitHub ID?
Are you inviting
Your Wizkid based. Can you create one now?
So I have to create one GitHub ID for Wizkids.
Wizkids, yeah.
Okay, let me do that.
Ajita ji, we had lunch. Did you have? Or shall I feed you from here?
We had.
Okay, good.
We had Gayatri.
Pamaji, you know what you missed?
Why should I know, Vijay ji? It's already missed.
No, it's very important information.
It's
just
very important to know.
very important to know. We had Handva, then what is that? Handvo. Then the roti was methi paratha, then pudina chutney.
Anupama ji, this is just to make sure that next week you will be there at.
Vijay ji, I had a chiroti today.
See, you had one item. My list is not yet done.
Okay, Vijay ji.
Yeah, and then of course we had rice, we had palya, we have coconut sweet, we had rasam, we had sambar, majjige. Of course, Guruji was there. We had blessing also, papad, and then nippet. So how many items? Almost 12 items. Anupamaji, now you tell me, Ji.
Vijay ji, if you had, it means I also had Vijay ji. That's
Oh my God.
so many Atma Jyotis had that. So the rest of the Atma Jyotis also got it.
Okay, Ji. Okay, Ji. Wordless, soundless, silence. This is called silence. No, mothers are having exams.
Rajita, how are you writing the exams?
Okay. But that's what these pain points also we should address in Wizkids Gurukul, Gayatri ji. Mother should not study. Kids should study with enthusiasm. Why mother should take tension? This is also one of the biggest pain point I have. So.
My father is studying. He is not studying. He is studying. Don't study. She is a lecturer. No, she is.
This one, no?
He asked me when is the 10th lesson. I don't know. They ask each other questions. They only study. So I don't know even when they study what they study. I think it's good, but the fight. Yeah, the one is. No, so yeah, it's also.
Let me see.
You all have got the access to the repository?
Vijayji, we saw a G3. But that is right access was not there. Vijayji gave the right access. What is right access?
To be able to make change in the repository. Who is this AJ Wizkids?
Me, Vijayji.
Okay, you have access, no?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, all right. Anupama. But see, what a nice coincidence, no? Double. This is called double meaning. Okay, Ashwini Chennai. G3 is Gayatri Ji. Okay, Rajita Ji, Shravan Ji. Okay, this is mine. Now Dhaval Ji has to come. Anisha Ji, you are to also come.
I wrote a. So not that document, this document. This you can send it through WhatsApp.
You did? Okay. What's that? Your email ID? Your email ID? No. What is the Git? SNGOL. Double L, yeah?
That Sangoli right when you ready. My mind you.
Okay.
Majestic name, no case, Sangoli, Kempegoda Sangoli right.
Okay, I've invited you. Can you please check? You must have received a. Dhaval Ji is here. Okay, super. You have access. Can you see whether you can push changes? You must be able to see all the repos now.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I've created a team. The moment you are in the team, you will be able to see all that. You're able to? Okay. Are you able to see? Now, what we will do, Anisha, is, so you're going to work on setting up a, so for the time being, anyway, you don't have to worry about a repo for now. So once when we have some code, no, from your side, then we will create a repo, maybe depending upon where you are going to be doing that. So if let's say we need some software for whatever the R&D that you do now, then I'll create a R&D repo and under the topic. Yeah. So you understand how to work with GitHub. Do you know what is GitHub? You've been using it before, right? So it's to push your changes and all that. So any changes from now onwards, we will do it here.
You suggest some password manager.
I use this G. Can you see this? This is called KeyPass. Okay, so it's a local installed software. It creates one file called as KDBX file. That file, even if somebody opens, you cannot open because it's open. It can be opened only through a master password.
What is the name of this?
You're not able to see Vijayji.
Vijayji, present your screen, please.
1 minute. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, sorry. So because I'm on Mac, it is called as Mac Pass. Otherwise, if you search by KeyPass. Okay. So I'll just.
It's an inbuilt thing for you?
No. I had to install. Okay, now you can see, right? See, it has so many passwords now. You can organize it by topic, you can organize by folders, and within that you can have, and it can also suggest a password for you. All that is here. Yeah. Rajita ji, Anupama ji, you are able to see, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Key pass. Okay, so for Windows, you need to download the Windows version of it. And then what I do is, so let me share this screen of mine. Screens, desktop, share. Okay, so now see, it creates a file called as .kdbx. So usually I have it here. Can you see it? Details.kdbx. So it creates a file called .kdbx. This file alone is enough. This, what I do is, I usually sync it to my folder. You know, I keep a Google Drive. Yeah. Once in a while, I keep it here.
Vijay, is that you?
So
Yeah,
Vijay,
yeah.
one more thing is that
Yeah.
That was
I
not Vijay.
it
Yeah.
says that I don't have the right
Right access.
Yeah.
Okay,
can you
I'll
check.
yeah, yeah. The PAN card.
No.
No, PAN card. It was PAN card, G. Yeah, yeah. Right access, no?
Yes.
8, 2.5. No.
Mm. Okay, so people, double G, change role. I'll make you a own. So that way you can also. Can you check now, please?
Please do the same for this TeachMate UI as well. Both I'm planning to push.
No. Now you're an owner at the team level.
Oh, okay.
You should ideally have access to all the repos.
It says that. The test push.
I send that document now. Okay. G3 Wizkids.
Comment.
Yeah. Because I will not know.
I'll also set up hooks and all.
Yeah.
So that when one pushes the change,
Yeah.
it will actually build.
So yeah, and we will have to set up a PR process maybe
Yeah.
after next week.
Correct.
So that way, whenever they make change,
Yes.
it
So
comes
you
to
are
you.
now pushing this one, right?
Yeah, it went.
Super. Okay, so then shall we start talking about the next steps?
Yes, sir, but I will have to leave in 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
If we can discuss something, I can do that. 3
Okay.
o'clock I have to start. Yeah.
We first set our goals for next week, otherwise we don't know how to survive.
No. All of you know, except Anisha, all of you are working with double G for now. You have to now get into UI because 2 of you will be working on the StudentMate, 2 of you will be working on the TeachMate. So therefore, you coming up to speed on the UI development is the most important goal.
So the okay, right? By that time,
Don't worry about catching up and all. Just wherever you can attend, it's fine. Even if you are not able to catch up, it's a lot of stuff is sequential. If you do it, it will be good for you.
Small classes we double G. That way, if you bunk also, it should not.
Yeah, so
Flash.
no. And if anything, I will set up another series, of doing this. So that whoever else wants to do that again.
By the way, Vijay, Dhawanji is a very good teacher. He's not fast like Guruji.
No, he's
Guruji
excellent.
Speaking, we have to be very
Yeah.
excellent. Yes, he tells slowly, so it gives you time. That only can make out how our teachers tells and how
One good thing is he first clears the purpose why we have to do this. That most teachers doesn't do that. They'll just start that curiosity why we have to do, why I'm learning this. That thing he is able to create in his teaching.
going to learn today.
Also, he will come up with examples that are relatable, like car.
Yes, real time examples. Correct.
I try to put up a show. Okay, don't worry too much about all these things.
Good. Anyway, the point is that they're liking the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
No. We want to take your positive things so that we also can implement.
Very nice. Very nice.
so we are learning like if we have to tomorrow teach somebody something, this is the way the structure of the class should be.
Yeah.
Essentially, the idea is to copy yourself into the entire organization. So everybody is like
Yeah,
off
yeah.
to the speed.
Okay. So now, so therefore, all of you just align with Dhavalji in terms of learning first, and then he'll start assigning the work. Okay. So why don't we just quickly identify that? So now this one is more or less. Then shall we say that this is more or less? Yeah?
Done.
Okay. Shravanji also. I couldn't. He didn't join yesterday. Whether he has done the CACD or not, I don't know. And DB design. Okay. Let me verify with him. Rajita ji, now you have heard the feedback. Is there some work that you will do to improve?
Yeah, Vijayji, so we will have a short discussion, Rajita
Yeah.
and myself, and we'll do that's really.
It's based on Darshanji's feedback, is it?
But now you are clear, no?
Yeah.
Discussion.
We'll
Okay.
discuss and we will start fine
Okay,
tune
so now
GPTs.
this is our goals for 22nd. For
Ji,
20
please share your screen.
Oh, really sorry, Ji, really sorry. Thank you very much. Clear? Yeah. So now for 22nd, Dhavalji, as far as the 22nd is Saturday.
So the teachmate portion I'll be wrapping up very soon, but the aim for this week is complete the training and completely productionize whatever is there in student need.
Okay, so complete UI dev training. So this is one goal. Okay, and then what you are saying is productionize student mate. Okay, yeah, these two, right? Okay, then Shravanji, I'll
and especially this productionizing exercise, I want to do it in a joint session. So yeah, so that all of us are there and we do that.
And Dhavalji, I wanted to document all the steps from day one that you, Shravanji, and all of us have done, so that me newcomers, they can just see the entire process, what has been done.
So there is content style and what is the other thing? Content type. That is a feedback that is given, right?
No, image.
No, image is one thing.
It was different framework, no, today again, for the whole thing. You said, so.
Yeah, so you need to modify the GPT.
No, you compile all the GPTs, it will take you to a particular GPT, again bring you back. So
Nothing. So what's going to happen is you're going to have one GPT per subject per grade. So for example, 6th grade math will be one GPT. And in that GPT,
in some way with the
it will just be a link.
UI will show a link. Okay. Sixth grade, if they select a certain subject, then they split.
Vijay ji, do we need a separate GPT for English,
For
science,
English.
and say
There is a
social?
link. Okay, go to this GPT.
1 minute,
and
G. 1
then
minute,
raise
G.
your hand.
There's a conversation happening
Just
here.
tell him, that's it. Nothing else
So
happens.
now, finally, just to be, if we are thinking right, we will go with 5 GPTs per subject per grade.
That's the question that Anupamaji is raising now. So now one thing is very clear. In each GPT, there will be a question initially. It will begin with what kind of a style you want to produce and all that you will have to do, right?
If we have to ask the question, then we don't have to make 5 GPTs. In 3 GPTs only, we will, it will become a conversational GPT where we will take the input from the user, or there is another way. When they select from the drop-down menu narrative, we will give them a narrative GPT. In that way, we have to make 5 GPTs, or else our GPT itself will ask, then what is the use of the drop-down?
That's what I'm saying. If let's say, because they'll be coming through the teachmate, right?
He wants it to the app only.
So therefore, it is better that, if they have made certain choice, I want text, I want a narration, right? Or I want gamification.
Oh, then there will be so many combinations. Text plus narrative, text plus descriptive, text plus persuasive.
Okay,
Text
then,
plus
okay, no.
gamified.
Then let's not go down that path. Per grade, per subject. 6th grade mathematics. Okay.
Okay.
That is a question that Anupamaji is raising. Anupamaji, what is your question?
Vijay ji, already we have so many for 6th standard. If we take, we have curiosity and then explanation and then quiz part, and then when we come to that mastering and verification, there also we will have some kind of GPTs. Okay, working. Apart from this, do we need to add more GPTs for the style of content generation? Because it is simply prompting. When we prompt, it is providing.
So that is where Anupamaji. Yeah, good.
And you describing making a exclusive GPT on the descriptive style itself is different. Accuracy will be more. You have to understand what is a descriptive style, give the exact content, picking up from various, what should I say? You have to give a clear definition of descriptive. That one word ChatGPT cannot understand. So Darshan wants a clear difference between a narrative and a descriptive. So you are saying let the teacher write give me a descriptive style of 6th grade gravity. It will give more or less one common style for all the words. I feel that there will be a clear difference, Vijayji, if we make separate.
So okay. So the point is, I think between you, Anupamaji, and Rajita ji, if you guys can come up with what is that approach. So it could be per grade, per topic, 1 GPT, or by based on style, whichever the way. If you list it, then it will be simply linked in the.
So Anupama, Darshanji wants to come through the app. So in the drop-down menu, if the Darshanji selects narrative,
then it should be different GPTs only.
Yeah, separate GPTs. See, end of the day, for the grades, we will be changing only the grade name. That's all. The GPTs will remain the same.
But I'll tell you one thing. If you create too many GPTs, it will be a maintenance concern for you. Because if you want to upgrade the knowledge base, then you will have to upgrade the same knowledge base for all the GPTs. 6th grade knowledge base, core knowledge base. I'm not talking about other things. But if you upgrade the 6th grade knowledge base, then you will have to upgrade that throughout all the styles and all the combinations of those. Versus if you, I'm not saying the teacher should prompt about the style, but if you ask that question from GPT itself to reorient it to a different way of working, maybe you have trained it, more than just prompts at that point of time. But the GPT interface is singular. So then what will happen is your legwork down the line is not that much. Otherwise, if you want to upgrade a simple knowledge base, 10 GPTs are there, you will have to do a lot of upgrades.
So you guys decide. Think through. This is a valid input.
Darshan doesn't want his teachers to do much work with prompting.
Correct,
and
Amma.
all.
That's all correct. You see, you need to strike a balance at the end of the day. Strike a balance. It is not that, depending upon what you come up with, we'll come up with a valid way
What
to.
Darshan said today
Hmm.
about which teachers comfort and everything. What do you think is the best
See, at
approach?
the end of the day, it's a matter of little bit of training. How much time does it take for any teacher to get used to 5 GPTs,
Basically,
right? So it is not a matter of confusion because anyway the app is there to guide. But you need to consider the point that Dhavalji is giving. Tomorrow, once when you productionize it, you have to make changes. So will you have to go and touch in 20 places or 5 places?
Okay.
So strike a balance.
So
Which
then we go to the first category, Dhavalji. So we will ask once,
Yeah.
which style do you
Don't
want?
depend on the teacher to proceed, specify that style. Yeah, you ask them the style.
And then whatever you come up with,
Hmm.
we will ensure that Darshanji's team gets trained on that. See, today Darshanji may be not able to completely understand it because he has not yet given that focused attention. That's why when that workshop happens, where you and the teachers are sitting and you're doing it side by side, by that time, we would have come up with this entire flow. It'll all smoothen. It'll all be
Actually,
smooth.
Darshanji asked us when we met him in Mysore last week, he said we have to give a GPT training to the teachers.
Yeah.
I think that should be after April 5th only.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm?
done.
So the goal is I'm putting it under Rajita ji's name. Okay, Rajita ji.
Yeah.
Okay, Vijay.
Okay. And then Anisha ji for you, the LLM. Huh? So Olama, Lama 2. Lama 2 plus some kind of a whatever, let's say you need some kind of a RAG, no? So that knowledge base. Plus, for now, don't worry too much about the UI part. Some simple chat interface is enough. Yeah. So this prototype. Are we missing anybody? Shavanji, I will discuss with him and then I will come up with the thing for Shavanji. There'll be a new person also, so we'll figure it out. You're part of Dhavalji. You're Dhavalji. So this is Ashwini ji plus Anupama ji plus Rajita ji plus Gayatri ji. Okay.
And this is how you learn to ensure that you can be lazy down the line. Delegate all your work.
So, and when you get time, Manisha, please go through that training. It'll help you also. Yeah. Okay. All right. So this one we are done. So the mastering, shall we meet for some time tomorrow?
Yeah, we can do a separate meeting. Yes.
So we can kind of brainstorm that, and then we can share with you whenever. Do you have a particular time?
No, I'm available.
Codes and
What time?
Morning is fine.
Morning is fine.
But I mean, depending on everybody's availability.
Or afternoon, tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow, yeah, late. My morning is like 9.
11:30, 12:30. Okay, so how about tomorrow evening, G then?
Yeah, evening.
What time? 4:30. 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Tomorrow 4 o'clock. We'll announce a link. No, all that she's okay. All that she's okay. 9 o'clock, don't ask me to attend a meeting.
My brother never asked me. Every day
Okay, is 10 o'clock better? Morning?
I'm fine.
For what is it?
Morning 10 o'clock. So now we have discussed about the learning part, right? For the April demo, we need to get all the three: learning, mastering, and evaluation. So we'll have to discuss. It'll be more of a, okay, how we can do back and forth, back and forth.
Anupama, Vijita. And Nale, 10 o'clock.
Okay, so if you want, you can join Anupama ji and Rajita ji tomorrow.
Yeah, 10 o'clock, right? 10.
Tomorrow 10 o'clock. So shall we meet here only? That way we can use the whiteboard if need be. We'll come here. Huh? You are the, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So anything else? Anybody? Any other questions? Anupama ji, Rajita ji, you have any questions?
No
No,
questions.
no, Vijay.
Okay. Yeah. Clear?
Going back.
No. She may stay back. She may be here next Saturday also.
Okay. No, I think you also stay out here, only better also stay with you.
Hello.
No, yeah, let her stay with her.
Thank you, Priya.
I will stay with my auntie.
Hello.
Yeah. But she has one aunt, I will have.
Gayatri ji can create an aunt, Ajji, Tata, and she can kill them also whenever she wants. Funny.
Somebody.
Yeah.
Relevant as it said. He said
So
somebody died. We have-
one day traffic police stopped her. You don't know who is harassing her. So any story comes to her mind. Okay, come, let's say the prayer. Om Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritangamaya Om Shanti 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 Lokaha Samastaha Sukhino Bhavantu Lokaha Samastaha Sukhino Bhavantu Lokaha Samastaha Sukhino Bhavantu Hari Om Tat Sat Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Sarvam Shri Krishna Arpanamastu. Thank you, Anupama ji. Thank you, Rajita ji. We are closing.
Thank you, Vijay ji.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you very much.
Hari Om. Hari Om. So